American Army is fighting for
1941, a date which will live.
Note that the first atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima.
These forces met their match.
We have declared the war on Vietnam.
But we don't plan to surrender either.
We are going to win.
Proportions and would lead to World War III.
Allied air forces began an attack on military
Decide that in the 21st century that America...
March 5th, 2052, the United States has officially closed.
The United States will go ahead with a national quarantine. The new plague virus.
Disaster sweeping loose
War never changes. It was the inevitable result of the path humanity had chosen. Everyone who entered into the conflict expected victory. Everyone was optimistic. But as the hostilities escalated, optimism faded, and society began to collapse. The great vaults were built to house the wealthy, the powerful, the influential, and those deemed necessary to their survival. Inside, resources and technology were stockpiled, a final defense against the coming Holocaust. With the past behind them and the present destroyed, they looked to the future. The sturdy Vault Zero was to be the nucleus of the Vault network, housing the greatest leaders, artists, and scientists. The inhabitants of Vault Zero were to reunite the vaults and lead the people to a new life, a new world. But after the bombs, the world would be a harsh one. To ensure the creation of a post-nuclear utopia, the Vault dwellers would need help. Machinery was constructed to tame a land hardened by the ravages of war, then tempered by nuclear winter. But plans were barely in place when the first missiles left the silos. During the destruction, communication between the vaults ceased, Entire vaults were lost. Those that survived were on their own. Not all vaults succumbed to the machinations of war. On North America's west coast, one group of military vault dwellers emerged almost unscathed. They surveyed the wasteland and squared their shoulders for the task ahead. These dedicated survivors salvaged the technology from the vaults, technology that was studied, replicated, and fiercely guarded. For they knew that while their power came from numbers, their future lay in scientific knowledge. In time, they formed the Brotherhood of Steel. The Brotherhood used their knowledge to drive back the atrocities of the wasteland, proclaiming themselves the technological saviors of mankind. They scoured the land in search of more technology, raiding mutant camps, bandit towns, and the broken remains of other vaults. But even they could not keep pace with the high tolls demanded by life in the wasteland. The Brotherhood found themselves at odds with their need for new blood versus their code of technological secrecy. The debate was lengthy. Finally, the elders ruled against sharing the technology with outsiders, convinced that they would endure as they had before. Further discussion was discouraged, and the elders ordered the minority on a mission across the wastes. Super mutants, the foot soldiers of a conquered army, had been forced into a retreat across the mountainous barrier to the east. The Brotherhood constructed airships and dispatched the minority to track down and assess the extent of the remaining super mutant threat. But disaster struck while crossing the Great Mountains. A great storm gripped the main airship and flung it far from its course. The mighty ship was badly damaged. The smaller sections were torn from the main craft, never to be seen again. Many of the expedition's leaders were lost to the winds. The fraction of the crew that still survived struggled to keep their ship aloft before finally crashing on the outskirts of a once thriving metropolis, a city once called Chicago. Broken, scattered, and scarred, they took stock of the situation and once again squared their shoulders to the task ahead. The Brotherhood had much to offer the surrounding villages. They traded advanced medicines in exchange for food and labor. They traded protection from bandits in exchange for new recruits. In time, their ranks began to swell. Separated by distance and ideology from the main Brotherhood forces, the minority was free to forge a new Brotherhood of Steel, one that reflected the ideals they had strived for all along. However, one's future in the wasteland is never certain, for an old power has awakened, also bent on making this land its own. Life in the Brotherhood is about to change.
10 hut. All right, you mutated redneck green-skinned sacks of irradiated flesh, listen up. I am Paladin Rychek. I am in charge of training you backward maggots in the art of war and survival. In my time in the Brotherhood, I have personally trained more than 50 initiates, and I am proud to say almost 14 of them are still alive and kicking. The elders have ordered me to mold you flabby, hip-slapping, berry-picking, rat-rubbing Brahmin kissers into capable warriors. And I am going to do it, even if it kills you. I will teach you how to eat, sleep, walk, talk, shoot, spit like a Brotherhood soldier. First level of training will be recruitment detail. You'll go to the surrounding villages and see what able-bodied primates are ready for an honest life's work. It is your duty to remind the village elders that if they want continued protection from the scum of this world, they will uphold their end of the bargain by providing resources and their best and brightest for Brotherhood training. Now get your weak-kneed, superstitious, soft-skinned, uneducated butts to the armory. You will be issued basic weapons and armor. There are 3 simple rules to follow with Brotherhood equipment. If you damage your weapon, you will spend a week in the box. If you damage your armor, you will spend a week in the box. If you lose either, I'll kill you myself. And one final thing, ladies. Welcome to the Brotherhood of Steel.
At ease, Initiate. My name is General Barnaky. I will be giving you your orders before every mission. But before that, I'd like to personally welcome you aboard. Considering that the Brotherhood basic training attrition rate is 85%, you should be very proud of yourself. Now, on to business. 2 nights ago, raiders invaded the resource-rich tribal village of Brahmin Wood. Their losses have been heavy, and they are now ready to accept the Brotherhood's conditions for protection. We will return their lands and rescue these primitive people in exchange for food and a portion of their older children for new recruits. We must expand our ranks to meet our objectives, which makes every village count. I don't know what is driving the raiders this close to our base of operations, but they have been punishing the surrounding area. Brahmin Wood is one of many villages that is now occupied by raiders. The inhabitants that did not escape have been slain or imprisoned. Make no mistake, Initiate, they have killed a fair amount of our brothers. Do not underestimate them. You will take your squad to Brahmin Wood, locate and eliminate the leader of the group of raiders. Once he is removed, his followers will surely fall into disarray. You will then use the Brotherhood's superior might and intellect to butcher the remaining criminals. This is a standard assault mission, so consult the map in your Pip-Boy for the latest intelligence on the area. One more thing, warrior. You must ensure that the village elder survives. He is the key to our plans for this town. According to the local tribal custom, he alone deals with outsiders. Without him, we can have no agreement with the rest of the tribe. Dismiss.
Greetings to the Brotherhood of Steel. You are speaking with Charon, elder and tribal father to Brahmin Wood. You have arrived none too soon. Our village has fallen to raiders who rode out of the darkness. Some of my people escaped death or bondage by fleeing into the wasteland, but without tools and shelter. This must be the doing of the Brahmin god of fate. With the bandits we trade away our present. In the Brotherhood we trade away our future. Very well, Initiate. I fully agree to your terms, but I fear this decision will haunt me till I reach the eternal grazing field in the heavens. Our villages are being held prisoner in the camp. Save them, and you will have more people to aid your cause. Lose them, and you will be cutting Brahmin from your own herd.
Greetings, hero. I have foreseen your coming since the first eve of troubles. I am Hawkeye, spirit walker and soothsayer for my people. I guard the passage to the spirit world for the living. However, the waking world has turned against my people, and they have been scattered to the sands. You must speak with Charon, our elder. He speaks for our people in the waking world. I guard the secrets of the sunless lands. I cannot help you further.
Well, looky here. I don't recall giving out invites to Brotherhood of Steel dogs. I bet my boss will give me all the promotion and props I need after I bring him some Brotherhood slaves. Let's see what you trained monkeys can show little old Horace. I may have underestimated your abilities. Oh, wipe that grin off your face. Your Brotherhood is no different from us. We both take what we want from these savages. If you think your cause is any more selfless than ours, you're sadly mistaken.
You've completed the objectives for this mission. Proceed to the exit grid to leave this mission.
My friends, I understand that you have done our people a service. For that, I thank you. One of the spirits has told me where to find some small magic that may be of use to you in your journeys. I have retrieved the healing powder that it may be yours. But remember, the healing comes at a price, as your perception will suffer. Here, take it, and go with my blessings.
Your grace in battle is wondrous to behold, Initiate. The death screams of the bandits reminded me of angels singing. They will think twice before attacking this village again. Initiate, you defended my people as fiercely as a deathclaw protects her cubs. Please accept this ancient gift from us. You are now considered family in my humble village. And of course, all the recruits will be delivered to your base as agreed. Well done. You have our thanks.
Mission complete, warrior. You have dealt with the raiders without hesitation and without mercy. Well done. Every defeat we hand them lessens their numbers and increases our realm of influence. The primitives you saved will be thankful and fearful of the Brotherhood in the future. This is important since the village must learn to live by our strict rules and thus be free. I have to admit it's been a while since an initiate performed so solidly in his first mission. The fact that your actions prevented the loss of a single primitive's life speaks volumes of your ability. To show their respect, they renamed their Brahmin stud after you. The Brotherhood, however, will look favorably on you for your next review. You're dismissed.
At ease, warrior. I'm Octavius. I oversee your equipment. You will sign for all equipment issued. You will not leave until I am satisfied with your full compliance to regulations. Is that understood? Good. Now that you know the drill, let's get down to business.
Welcome, warrior. I am the personnel yeoman for the Brotherhood. If you want to put together a squad, you talk to me. So, what can I do for you?
Greetings, warrior. I am Celsius, healer and scribe. You may return to the bunker for healing any time you wish, for as long as our resources hold out. But try to stay out of here if you can. The less we see of each other, the better.
Greetings, fellow humanitarian. I'm Janet Badall, foreperson for the Deathclaw Freedom Alliance. I am here for one purpose, to free poor captive Deathclaws so that they may be free to roam the wasteland as nature intended. If you love nature as much as I do, you'll help me release some of the wasteland's most majestic yet most misunderstood creatures. Immoral Deathclaw poaching can be stopped. We just have to work together. Let's go! Yes, my friends, you are free! Run! Run like the wind! Rejoice! It is God's will that... Ah! No! But I'm a friend!
Hey, you! Yeah, you! Look, my brother Jim stepped on a mine and wrecked his foot. I know humans and super mutants are supposed to kill each other on sight, but I think it's time to leave the past in the past. Now, I don't want to stand group hug and sing Kumbaya and shit, but maybe one of you guys can hook a mutant up, huh? What do you say? Can you help my brother? Hey, thanks, pal. Maybe the master was wrong. Maybe you normal humans ain't all scum-sucking flesh bags, and maybe it's me, but the old Brotherhood would have shot first and asked questions later. We just might have to check out this new Brotherhood for ourselves. See you around. Let's go, Gimpy.
At ease, warrior. We've underestimated the tenacity of these raiders. Shortly after your victory, the bandits have managed to kidnap the village elder. This is no doubt an attempt to break the spirit of Brahmin Wood while they're still suffering from their recent losses. Fortunately, one of our informants within the raider camp has located the tribal father. It appears that the raiders are holding him on the outskirts of the broken town of Freeport in a medium-sized encampment. Your mission is to journey to Freeport, rescue the elder, and get out. Our informant should still be in the area, and he can be identified by the red armor he wears. So you should be able to distinguish him from the other raiders. But remember, while the informant is paid handsomely for his services, he is not a Brother of Steel and will not stand by your side if matters get complicated. Gather your squad. You are to depart as soon as possible. Dismissed.
Keep it quiet, and I'll tell you what I know. They've got this tribal father stashed away in one of the tents. I can't be sure which one exactly, but he's definitely here. I suggest you do this while everyone's still plastered.
We just came back from a successful raid, and everyone's been either drinking or helping themselves to the prisoners. That's all I have for you. I'm not gonna deliver him to you for what you're paying me. Oh, and by the way, we never met. So don't try to talk to me again. I could get killed for helping you. Or worse.
Give you now, but if you ever visit my town, Great Bend, just ask for Ripley, and I swear I'll make it up to you. Please, please don't let them touch me again.
Intruders in the camp! Wake up, you pissant sons of bitches! I swear I'll cut the balls off anyone I don't see fighting! Get up, you curs! If they escape, God help me, I'll burn the motherfucking still to the ground!
Thank the Brahmin god of rescue you're here. The scoundrels clubbed me from behind while I was making water in the woods, then put me in a sack. A sack! Me! It's obvious that these cretins were never taught to respect elders. I can tell you little more, but I know that braggart of a raider leader hides his ill-gotten treasures in his tent. Perhaps it might be worth your while to pay him a visit. I am ready to leave. Talk to me again when it is safe for me to dash to safety.
The Elder has made his escape. Primary objective complete. Head to the extraction point to end the mission. Well done, warrior. On his safe return, Brahmin Wood's Elder informed our inquisitors that he had been moved from camp to camp, presumably to keep his location a secret. Unfortunately, he was forced to wear a hood to prevent him from mapping his route and the location of the bandits' camps. One bit of information was learned. It seems some bandit groups are meeting some kind of opposition in the west. We didn't get any details, but the raiders have never won a conflict with this new presence. This could be just fearful mutterings of superstitious raiders, but it would give reason to their heightened activities in this region. The Brotherhood must investigate this new possible threat. The informant has been paid and is on his way to retrieve information on the new menace. You did well keeping him alive during your mission, and your attention to detail will bring you into high favor with the Brotherhood. Intelligence reports that the woman you freed is not from the surrounding villages. That is not unusual since the raiders' slave network is vast. While you might have saved an innocent from the horrors of captivity, you should have brought her back for interrogation. Do not let sympathy overcome your duty. Dismissed.
I am Tidek. My fellow tribesmen and I have journeyed from Brahmin Woods to join your Brotherhood. All except my sister Shari, who will be returning home with the next merchant wagon.
Hello, my name is Shari. Tidek over there, my brother. We're here to join your Brotherhood. We have both been very inspired by your deeds. My brother thinks I should not join the Brotherhood because Brotherhood suggests only having brothers. I believe that both men and women are allowed in the Brotherhood. I am not returning home with the next merchant wagon.
At ease, warrior. It's time to test your abilities, Initiate. We have reports of a large gathering of bandits in one of their main camps. This gives us an opportunity to cripple future activities without having to hunt them down. We will no longer tolerate their presence in our region. We have received further intelligence that the camp possesses some kind of device acquired from the new menace. Our scribes would very much like the opportunity to study this device and see what they can piece together. Your objectives are twofold on this mission. Your first objective is to retrieve the device. Your second objective is to eliminate all trace of bandits in the region. It is time the inhabitants of the wasteland learned that there is only one power in this region. The taking of raider prisoners is not authorized. Do you understand, Initiate? I want their bones bleaching in the wasteland sun! Failure is not an option. Dismissed.
Some fine-looking bucks in your group, stranger. I might have to keep one or two of you as personal slaves. We'll see how well you ride.
Oh, you please free Nanook. Daisy not nice to Nanook's little tribal. She do bad things, things that hurt. Nanook now have bad rash that smell. Please free Nanook. I need to see medicine man soon. I run now. Must find shaman quick.
Are you from the Brotherhood of Steel? Oh, thank goodness you're here. My name's Dyson. I was on the way to your base to offer my services when I was apprehended. Once I told them I was a scribe, I was separated from the others and brought here to study this device. I have no idea where they stole it from, but its construction is like nothing I have ever seen. Listen, you can have the artifact if you like. Just get me out of this awful place. So, it's a deal? Excellent. Talk to me again to signal when it's safe for me to make a run for it. I'll meet you back at your base.
This mechanical arm must surely be the artifact that the Elder spoke of. You must now destroy the raiders to complete your objectives.
Ah! You're not allowed to be here! Bo stuff you down pants!
You're either real smart or real stupid for coming into my neck of the woods, cocksucker. Nobody, not even the Brotherhood, raids my camp. Get 'em, boys, and try and save $1 for my sweet little Daisy. Kill 'em quick. We got bigger problems than this out west. You might have beaten old Jesse, but you got bigger problems than me. We'll see how your pretty little soldiers fare against those monsters.
With the mechanical arm in your possession and the raiders dead, your objectives are complete. Proceed to the exit grid to leave this mission. Congratulations, warrior. You have made history today. The raider leaders have been eliminated and their forces smashed. You will be interested to know that all the raider bodies will be displayed in proper crucifixion throughout the region to discourage those that would follow the same path. Their base will make an ideal outpost for the Brotherhood, since most of their resources are intact. A great victory, but keep a level head. There's a saying in the Brotherhood, there is always another enemy. The mechanical device you retrieved is a curious one. Our scribes believe it to be a replacement for a human who has lost his natural arm. What stands out the most is that it seems to be recently manufactured, and not even the Brotherhood can craft technology in that advanced fashion. But in time we will learn its secrets and use that knowledge to further the cause of the Brotherhood. Freeing the captured scribe was a wise decision. His knowledge of the device will be useful. He seems in good health and is recovering from captivity quickly. He will go through initiate training immediately. Keep this up, and one day you may be assigned to Dagger Squad. Dismissed.
Brotherhood shaman is bad as Daisy. He give Nanook invasive swab test that really hurt. Nanook no take Brotherhood shaman's pills to get rid of rash. No trust man who caused Nanook great pain. I will dip little tribal in oil and chase away the evil spirits with fire.
Our work in this region is complete, warrior. The time has come to expand. We'll be shifting the focus of our operations to the new bunker in the south. Take your squad and rendezvous with us there.
With your initiation now over, the Brotherhood reveals to you their highest objective. Fragments of data left over from before the Great War showed that the ancients spent many years constructing vaults to house the survivors. Recently acquired data, however, points to the creation of an enormous supervault. This nucleus of the vault network was built to protect the greatest minds of the time and would be the spearhead of post-war civilization. If the Brotherhood could find this vault and activate its systems, they would have access to technology resources previously undreamed of, as well as access to the ancients themselves. But the journey to the calculated location of Vault Zero would be perilous. A large army and a vast area of operations would be required for a mission of this magnitude. They planned to follow the roaring river to the south, forging alliances, gaining fresh recruits, and, if necessary, eliminating aggressors. Bunkers will be established in each new region to firmly establish a secure area of operations. When the Brotherhood's rule in the region is undisputed and their ranks are brimming with new recruits, the real campaign will begin, heading back towards the mountains.
At ease, warrior. My name is Caligari. I am the quartermaster for this region. You may be at ease whenever talking to me, since rank is not an issue in my store. However, regulations do apply, and you will go through the standard procedures when checking out any of my equipment.
Hello, my child. I am Kerr, a humble merchant who travels the wastelands in search of objects and oddities that the Brotherhood could use. Come and have a look at my wares. Who knows, maybe I'll have something you might find useful.
Greetings, warrior. I am Celsius, healer and scribe. You may return to the bunker for healing any time you wish. I will heal you as long as I have the resources to do so. From time to time, I may also have field kits available that your squad medics may use.
That was too close. I thought I was gonna have to cap your ass since you almost blew my cover. Well, anyway, as long as I get paid, I can party with full afterburners on. You know what I mean?
We meet again, warrior. General Barnaky has assigned me to provide aid to the front lines. I'll be moving ahead as you do. My assistant Timothy can handle things back at the old bunker. I hope.
At ease, Initiate. As you know, the Brotherhood has been expanding south. However, our supply lines are thin and thus being targeted by all sorts of bandits and raiders. We have received a distress call from one of our squads acting as escort to a supply wagon passing through the town of Macomb. The single unit has been separated from the main group, and the road behind them has been blocked off. Our warrior is holding the fort for now, but he could fall any minute. He needs immediate backup. Your mission is to journey to Macomb and relieve the survivor of his duty. You are then to escort the supply vehicles through the town. Keep in mind that not only bandits will attack our supply trains, the vast majority of the surrounding populace are hungry and desperate. Our supply wagons carry food, weapons, and medical supplies, the three most sought-after commodities in the wasteland. Good luck. And initiate, buckle up. Dismissed.
About goddamn time some fucking backup showed up. Alright, the original escort squad is pushing up mutated daisies. Everyone in this godforsaken town wants what's in these supply vehicles. It's not a pretty situation here. Every 20 feet is another shitty roadblock that has to be cleared. These people are vile and little more than animals, so shoot first and watch your back. The keys are in it. Good luck, and I'll see you back at the base.
Stay back! I can defend myself! Don't you bottom-feeding fuckhead bandits get it? I don't have anything you pricks want! All I had were my glasses, and you motherfuckers made me drop them when you chased me. Leave me alone, I can't see. I'm sorry for yelling, but I've been having a lot of trouble lately. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Philip, and this is my humble abode. Macomb might not be much, but it's my home, I spend my time collecting books and even educating some of Macomb's less hostile inhabitants. Unfortunately, 2 weeks ago, a group of cretins attacked me while I was foraging for books. I escaped without harm, but I lost my glasses during the chase. If you can find them, I would be most grateful. You're back! Oh, you brought glasses for me. Let's see if the prescription is close. Just about perfect. Well, thank you, my friend. Wow, that's a lot of scars. Let me guess. Did you light your face on fire and try to put it out with an ice pick? Just kidding, friend. I read that in a joke book. Anyway, thank you for your kindness. Here, take this book as a token of my appreciation.
At ease, warrior. You carried out your objectives to the letter. I have received word that our supply vehicle has reached our expansion base, which is now thriving. This will be the last time our supply vehicles are hindered. As we speak, there are 3 extermination squads being dispatched to Macomb to remove the assorted riffraff. Those who aren't killed will pay back the Brotherhood's generosity by serving in labor camps. Your vigilance and your perseverance has not gone unnoticed. Fine job, warrior. Dismissed. As you know, the Brotherhood maintains a vast arsenal of weaponry and armor. Most of our equipment consists of the usual conventional assortment. However, some of our more advanced equipment requires fusion batteries to function. Until we regain the technology to manufacture our own batteries, we must acquire these power sources elsewhere. This mission centers on a tribal village in the area of Peoria. Intelligence reports that the tribals built their village over a pre-war storehouse of fusion batteries. While they guard these batteries zealously, it is doubtful that they understand their function. While these savages no longer surprise me with their Neanderthal antics, do not underestimate them. They fight well enough to thrive in the wasteland, and their religious zeal, however misguided, gives them strength. You will use any means available to retrieve at least 3 fusion batteries. But remember, warrior, some fights can be won without drawing blood. Who knows? One day the Peoria region might supply some able-bodied recruits. You are dismissed.
Ancestor welcome you. I, Chief Chevron, Chief Wachuto. My people live here in peace since night fire pour from sky. It is hard life, but we survive. I understand you require some of, what do you call them? Oh, fusion bats. Sadly, Wachuto cannot help you, friend. They kept where bad spirits go wait for entrance to hell. These very bad spirits, friend, kill my people and make bad smell. You chase away bad spirit, you may have bats and leave friend of Wachuto people.
I am Dal, spirit seeker of the Wachuto tribe. I sense you wish to enter the caves. Listen to me then. Our small village has lived in isolation since the day of fire. Life was hard, but we remain true to our gods by not marrying outside the village. We must keep our bodies as pure as our faith. But the evil spirits have been hungry for our souls. Since the home of these spirits lie between life and death, their aura will poison your very life force. Any Wachuto who ventured there returned with vomit fever. If you are to go there, you must carry these blessed pebbles. The vomit fever cannot affect those of my people who have swallowed the pebbles. Here, take these. I blessed them with my own magic. I am Dal, spirit seeker of Wachutu. I have spoken. I sense you are curious about the vomit fever. Listen to me then. The vomit fever is sometimes fatal. It brings vomit and burning heads to people. Skin becomes like dry ground, the tongue swollen like stubbed toe. Red ground of teeth weeps blood. It is an evil spell cast by vengeful spirits. The ancients had a cure for this curse, and I have sought it out. It is in the trunk inside my hut, but I do not know how to use it. Eating it only made pain in stomach and run to middens. Smoking it only made a bad smell. You are welcome to take some, if you like. I am Dal, spirit seeker of Wachutu. I shall watch over you.
Backup power systems activated. Internal security systems online. Malfunction in turret control system. Repairs initiated. Welcome to the Peoria storage facility. Security breach detected. Intruder termination sequence activated. Have a nice day. Interlock override initiated. Switching power from internal to external defense systems. Surface defense systems primed. Surface sterilization commencing in 10 seconds. You are entering a restricted zone.
You have gathered the fusion batteries you require. Proceed to the exit grid to leave this mission.
The wind tells me that you are successful in your quest. The evil spirits fear you might be a warrior of destiny, but it is your aura that sets you apart. I sense that the future of this land can ride on your decisions, or you may let another decide. He is your brother, but he will be reborn. That's all the dead will tell me. I am Dal, spirit seeker of Wachutu. I have spoken.
You foolish, my friend. I trick you fight spirits, and now you suffer their darkest curse. Your children be born with tails and smell like inside of Deathclaw's stinkhole. His bad curse, no? Understand, as chief, I cannot allow such curse fall upon my village. Here, show you what Chutu is not all bad. You can have another worthless bat. Might make you forget you are pawn of Wachutu. Not make tears that you foolish. We of Wachutu have saying, every elder was once young. Do not understand why you smile. You fooled, yet you laugh as if you the champion. Perhaps that is way of your tribe. To keep peace, I give you one more of useless fusion bats.
Excellent work, warrior. You have recovered more batteries than required. As usual, you have taken the extra step to ensuring victory to the Brotherhood. Our energy devices will now be put back into use with our scribes researching the extra fusion batteries. One day we will have the means to make our own, but until then we must scavenge what we can. You've shown great skills in diplomacy with these primitives. While we need recruits, the Wachutu people would require much training and even more special handling. Once the Brotherhood has time, we will teach our savage cousins how to be civilized. We are closer to reuniting the wasteland with each accomplished mission. Soon we will reunite the people and mold all the savages into civilized folk. Superstition will be suppressed, with science and discipline becoming the structure that will allow mankind to grow to its potential. You are dismissed.
Name's Solo. I'm in charge of Talon Squad, which is used for quick-armed response. It's easy duty until you're called into action, and then it's time to rock. Tell me, brother, what's better than this?
At ease, warrior. Recently, the township of Quincy has petitioned the Brotherhood for protection from a large group of savages called Beast Lords. This threat is unique because their raiding parties include various monsters from the wasteland, most notably the deadly Deathclaw. The mayor's assistant, Arlene Turling, warned us that these Beast Lords have taken over certain parts of Quincy and are using hostages to ensure they have control over the rest of the town. We believe that Mayor Hillary Eastwood is among those captured. Your mission is to rescue the mayor and assist in dealing with the Beast Lords. Saving the mayor is your first priority. After that, you may decide on how best to neutralize the Beast Lords' hold on the town. Remember, we want Quincy to be an ally to the Brotherhood, so keeping the town as unscathed as possible is of high priority. One more thing. Quincy is home to both humans and ghouls. While most of our elders believe ghouls are almost our equals, I do not agree. Either way, experience has taught me that racial tensions will be present in the town. Ensure that your squads remain focused in the face of such distractions. Dismissed.
Thank goodness you're finally here. Those dreadful savages have captured the mayor. She's being held in the large house in front of us. That building contains the warning siren for the town. If that siren sounds, the Beast Lords have threatened to kill all of their hostages. Understand that you must free Hillary first. As mayor, she's the only one with the key to disable the siren, but be careful. There are at least 2 savages in the same room with her. The siren is on the roof of the building, but only Hillary has the means to turn it off. I had the key to the door where they're holding her, but the leader of the guards took it from me, and I'm sure he would have locked the door. Whatever you're going to do, you'll have to do it quickly and quietly. Good luck.
Thank you for the rescue. I understand that the Brotherhood is interested in forming an alliance with the people of Quincy. There are 3 more hostage situations, so let's make a deal. My daughter is being held in the town hall and being guarded by death claws. You must find a way to rescue her. If she dies, you might as well go back home. We have a number of townsfolk being kept in the room housing the power generator for Quincy. We need these people freed without destroying the machinery. Finally, Quincy's most experienced war hero, Felix Stiles, is being held inside the barracks. Rescuing him means a lot to me and the people of Quincy. Take this key to disable the siren. You have to do that first or this town is finished. I know this is asking a lot, but there aren't any other options. You best get started. The power generator room has been rigged with explosives. The Beast Lords have threatened to detonate the explosives, destroying both the generator and our townsfolk if they suspect trouble. If they do this, I'll be out of office and the Brotherhood can look elsewhere for an alliance. My daughter Evita is being held in the town hall. There are death claws surrounding her, ready to tear her to shreds as soon as a Beast Lord gives the word. If you can find some way to distract the death claws or prevent the signal from being given, you should be able to save her. I was in labor for 4 days with her, so you'll understand how much she means to me. Old Felix Stiles is being held inside the barracks. The Beast Lord commander is there, along with his bodyguards. You can expect a big fight. But there's another way into the compound. An escape tunnel lies between the town hall and the barracks. The entrance is in the back room of the town hall, and it leads into the inner building of the barracks, past the courtyard.
I am Elliot. The ghouls here call me their leader, but that's just 'cause no one else wanted the job. Please, Outlanders, you have to help us too. I know we're just a bunch of ghouls, but we get scared and bleed just like pure-blood humans. We might not be able to offer the same amount of resources as the Quincy purebloods, but we got something to offer too. We'll fight, but we don't stand a chance against those death claws. What do you say? It'd be a shame for me to die a day before I turn 150 next week. The firepower you guys are packing. I gotta thank you for your help, but maybe you can help us even more. The damn cannibals abducted my brother Gorgie and took him to the northern part of the Ghoul Quarter. Considering how fast you guys creamed those bastards, this should be no problem. Thank you. I just heard that you got Gorgie's sloppy ass out of trouble. Strangers, I am forever in your debt. If you accept ghouls in your ranks, we'd be honored to sign up for your Brotherhood.
You've completed the objectives for this mission. Proceed to the exit grid to leave this mission.
Oh, thank you so much. I was so afraid. Those horrible savages put me in here with all those creatures. I thought they were going to eat me. Well, I'm going to rest and then find my mom and Arlene. They're probably worried that some deathclaw's eating me right now. Bye. Huh? Well, Arlene and I grew up together in this little town. We used to play with the ghouls when we were little girls. We never thought the ghouls were bad. In fact, they were very gentle with us. But Mother found out and she forbade us to play there ever again. I hope the ghouls are alright too. They have it bad enough with all the regular humans harassing them.
You want to fight humans? Then fight me! I will strip the flesh from your bones. This town is now mine!
You are a warrior's warrior, my friend. My name is Felix Stiles, and I am in your debt. If you don't mind, I'd like to rest here until I work the life back into my old legs and ankles. Those ropes don't allow much room for circulation.
I don't know what to say. I don't know how we can repay you. Tell your commanders that the town of Quincy is honored to join the Brotherhood, and whatever resources we have are at its disposal. All these years, I never thought people such as you existed. You have done more than just rescue a town warrior. You have returned something to me that I lost when I was just a girl, something that I didn't even know was missing. You have given me back my spirit. May you find the happiness one day that I now feel. Farewell, my hero. Well, you have managed to save my daughter, and you have done well in spite of the horrific odds. I thank you, strangers, for coming to the aid of my town. For that, you shall have your alliance. Let the Brotherhood and the town of Quincy be strangers no longer. I will inform your commanders that you have performed well enough to secure the alliance. Farewell, warrior.
Thank you for saving Hillary's life. She's a great mentor and the strongest leader this town has ever had. She was my teacher when I was a child. When she took me in after my parents died, she became like a mother to me. The whole town owes you its gratitude for saving her.
Well done, warrior. You have done extremely well given the circumstances. Your tactical cunning, combined with your ability to assess the situation, has saved the lives of all the hostages. The Brotherhood now all but owns the township of Quincy. Well done, warrior. All new information reports that the Beast Lords join their monster associates in the consumption of human flesh. This abomination will not be tolerated anywhere within the reach of Brotherhood forces and will be dealt with permanently soon enough. Our scribes are very curious about this apparent symbiotic relationship between man and monster. In the future, we must retrieve more information before the scribes can be expected to produce an accurate explanation. The ghouls of Quincy are overjoyed by your dedication to protect them along with their human counterparts. As a result, there are now ghouls applying for membership into the Brotherhood. The elders believe that their inherent resistance to certain toxins make up for their subhuman frailties. I pray the Brotherhood can remain pure at heart with this foul taint. Dismissed.
Hey, soldier! You're the one who saved Quincy from those beast lords. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The name is Bradley. It ain't often that a pureblood will risk their necks to save some ghouls. Once I saw you in action, I knew I would have to apply to the Brotherhood. I hope we fight side by side one day.
Who are you? Oh, hello. They call me Patches. Don't rightly know why. Oops! Hey, that's mine. Don't step on it. Whoops! There goes my nose again. It gets that way in this weather. Give me a sec here. I just gotta adjust my appendages. Know what I mean? Oh, man. There he goes again. Just don't tell me to keep an eye out for something. I might take it literally. Get it? Get it? Yeah, well, everyone's a critic. Guess I'll see you later. I gotta pull myself together.
Welcome, warrior. We now know that the Beast Lord's lair lies within an underground labyrinth in the region of Mardin. The cannibals have delayed our expansion long enough. Your primary objective is to crush these abominations so the Brotherhood can move on. Our scribes believe that they have found something that might help your mission. They think that the Beast Lords are somehow controlling the monsters in the raiding parties. It is believed that control over the creatures is achieved through some form of symbiosis or possibly even telepathic suggestion. What doesn't add up is how they can control intelligent deathclaws, since the scribe's study insists that only creatures of base intelligence would succumb to the controlling force. This leads up to your secondary objective. If we can learn to control these deathclaws and use them to further the cause of the Brotherhood, we could very well expand our region of influence all the way to the West Coast. It is a chance, but not such a great chance that you should jeopardize your first objective. Depart as soon as you assemble your squad. Dismissed!
Have you come to kill me? Surely you wish to kill the source of the Deathclaw infestation. Kill me and allow my young a chance at freedom. I cannot live another day knowing I am the very collar that holds my children in bondage. You hesitate. Maybe there is another answer. Maybe you can set me free and allow a mother's vengeance. Free me and I will bathe in their leader's blood and feast on his hot, quivering flesh. At last! I am free! At last! My children, you are slaves no more! Duh! I will suck the marrow from your bones!
You have discovered the hold the Beast Lords have on the Deathclaws. Now, eliminate the Beast Lord leader.
So, the Brotherhood of Steel comes to destroy us. We are the animal spirits of this land. You will feed my pets, yes. Kill them, my beasts. Kill them so I can bathe in their blood. This is how I steal your power, steal your thoughts. What trickery is this? No, it cannot be. You fools! She cannot be trusted. You have doomed us all!
With the death of the Beast Lord leader and the discovery of the Beast Lord's control of the Deathclaws, your squad has finished its objectives. Return to your drop-off point for evac.
You fight as if you were from my own brood, warrior. My children are now free due to your selfless act. Thank you for your trust. I have much to think about. I would speak with your leaders after I have gathered my brood around me.
Excellent work, warrior. The Beast Lords have been eliminated, and the monsters are no longer under their control. News of our victory has already reached the surrounding towns. The Brotherhood's reputation alone will now have new recruits flocking to our front door. Our scribes were correct on the Beast Lord's relationship with their animal lackeys. The Beast Lord's inherent telepathic suggestion is a unique ability. It's acquired through prolonged exposure to an unknown radiation present within Mardin's underground caves. Unfortunately, we will not be able to duplicate this feat. The scribes explained that this unique mutation only manifests in humans that have been exposed for at least 20 years. But it is of little matter, since science and discipline will always be victorious over ungodly mutation. These are strange times, warrior. The Deathclaw matriarch spoke to our elders today. It seems that her gratitude is genuine, and that she is allowing some of her spawn to remain behind when her brood moves on. These Deathclaw young are to be treated as honorary initiates to the Order. Plans are already underway to create a special unit to help assimilate these unusual recruits into our ranks. Personally, I have my misgivings towards these dangerous creatures. I do not believe they should be allowed to fight beside our paladins. However, the elders insist on this. Between you and me, brother, sometimes I wonder if the old elders were right. Dismissed. Again, we are victorious, but we cannot rest on our laurels. The time has come again to shift our operations to the new bunker. Take your squad and rendezvous with us there. Welcome, warrior. Brotherhood intelligence has recently uncovered a plot involving the town of Springfield. The plot rotates around Springfield's Mayor Epsilon. Intelligence reports that the mayor's political stance with the ghouls has angered some of Springfield's far-right human activists who refuse to acknowledge the subhumans as near equals. While I have to say I agree with them, our elders think otherwise. Dagger Squad already captured one of the ringleaders to this plot, but it might already be too late. Our interrogators have informed me that these resident troublemakers will be dressed as raiders, which is probably a clumsy attempt to frame the local bandits. Normally, the Brotherhood doesn't meddle in politics, but this offers a chance to increase our hold on this resource-rich province. Your mission is to find Mayor Avalon and to protect him at all costs. If he is already in the clutches of the kidnappers, you must rescue him and eliminate the one responsible. You will leave immediately. Dismiss.
You're too late! A raider attack surprised us last night. Most of the town guards are dead, and the mayor's held hostage somewhere. You guys have to help us. I've never seen raiders like these before, but they went straight for the mayor, and after that they started going after all the ghouls. We've got enough racial problems in this town without the raiders having to join in.
Who, me? Oh, I'm Joe, and this is my bar. You could find the mayor here sometimes, but those crazies threw a hood over his head and took him somewheres. Those guys look like bandits, but if they really were, they would have killed and looted a lot more. Well, now, I'd like to help, but I can't have my bar targeted by those freaks. You understand, don't you? I ain't no soldier.
That's far enough, ghoul licker. I can't let you ruin my plans. Those ghouls aren't human. Why would anyone want to give them regular God-fearing human rights? It ain't fair to all the honest purebloods. My plan was perfect, and I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling soldiers. Ah, thank God you're here. Look, this has got to stop. Those bastards aren't really raiders, you know. They're a right-wing hate group. Now, if we let them kill all the ghouls, who will they go after next? Besides, the ghouls do tasks and jobs that humans can never do. I mean, no human can work in the waste cesspools long without getting sick. The ghouls don't mind at all. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. I hope you stick around for my big speech. It's really what this whole thing is about. Follow me. People of Springfield, you've all known me as Mayor Avalon for 2 years now, and as Chris Avalon for many years before that. I've always been proud serving this town and all its people, and that's a fact. But I won't stand for this worthless hate violence, not as a mayor, and certainly not as a man. We shouldn't hate the ghouls for being what they are. They can't help it if they were mutated into hideous-looking monsters. Remember that inside that monster, under the rotting flesh, the flaking skin, and the misshapen features, is a second-class citizen. These good people delouse our cesspools, clean our grease pits, and work the slaughterhouse. That's honest, hard work. So don't hate them for being insidiously ugly. Instead of attacking them, be kind. Instead of calling a ghoul ugly, tell it how fine it looks. I know you may not want to pat a ghoul on the back, and that's okay. Just don't burn its house down. And now here's a new bill I would like to present to you. It's called the Bill of Monster Rights. Under this bill, there will be no violence against a ghoul, unless the ghoul started it. And from now on, a ghoul is entitled to payment equal to or greater than half that of a purebred human. And lastly, no more will taking a dump be referred to as pinching the ghoul, making ghoul babies, or dropping off the ghoul at the pole. I know we can live together in harmony. I just know it. Thank you.
The mayor ain't no friend of mine, what with his ghoul this and ghoul that. I bet he's got some ghoul blood in him, if you know what I mean. Now, he wants to make me allow ghouls in my store, and everybody knows that ghouls make food go bad. Can't say I'm shedding any tears over this.
Well done, warrior. The mayor of Springfield has sent his thanks to us for your timely rescue. More importantly, he is fully indebted to the Brotherhood and has agreed to increase their resource export allotment to 150%. While I do not agree with his ideals, he is becoming quite the puppet official, and those extra resources will help fuel the Brotherhood machine. You have done well. Dismiss.
The Brotherhood's ranks have grown, and with their swollen numbers, they find themselves coming closer to the ultimate goal. The time to expand is now. Leaving an outpost behind, the warriors begin moving westward into a region known as the Belt. It is a scarred and desolate land, filled with death and the relics of a time before. Those who dwell here have scraped together a bleak existence, built on blood and grim determination. These isolated people are as hard as any in the wasteland. Pressuring these people to join the ranks of the Brotherhood will not be easy. Many will not understand the Brotherhood's glorious vision to reunite the people. Some resistance is expected. While the inhabitants are dangerous, the land itself has the power to stir up fearful memories in some of the generals and elders. They tell of the ill-fated flight across the mountains and how their mighty airships were torn apart. Old lore and surviving data suggests that at least one of the great Brotherhood Zeppelins was lost in this very region. If it were located, there is a chance the equipment and supplies it contained could be salvaged and returned to the noble purpose for which they were intended. There may even be survivors, but few hold any real hope of this. Only time will tell.
Your elders are wise, warrior. They accept my brood as recruits. My children wish to show their thanks. It is strange time, no? My young fighting with you and the rest of the soft, hairless ones. Treat them well, and don't feed them flesh after midnight. Farewell.
Welcome, soldier. I am Arugula. Say it with me. Arugula. Good. I'm the quartermaster in charge of this bunker. You know how the drill works by now, so stop wasting my time. You need gear? Then cut the chatter and tell me what you need.
Well met, hero. My name is Initiate Tiduk of Brahmin Wood. I understand if you do not remember me, for I was one of many tribals. Your heroic actions that saved my village have inspired me and my sister, Shori. I hope the Brahmin god of battle will allow us to fight side by side one day. Well met, warrior. Well met. I am pleased to tell you that I have just achieved the Initiate rank. I pray that the Brahmin god of epic battle will allow us to fight together. It would shake the wasteland forever. Unfortunately, my sister Shari also is here, and she is now in charge of the new initiates. I have to admit that I do not like taking orders from one better suited to raise children. Your Brotherhood ways are strange. Very strange to Tiduk.
My greetings, hero of Brahmin Wood. I am Shari, captain of the new initiate class. Thank you for saving my home. My dream is to make you proud of the people that you've done so much for. I will try to follow your footsteps. My greetings, hero. Guess what? I made it past initiate training. Not many of our tribe did, and I was at the top of the class. It is memories of you and your squad that gave me the strength to meet each challenge. Now they made me captain of the new initiate class. I'm even in charge of Tiduk. I must prepare for my group's first mission. Farewell, brother.
Come in, warrior. Please be seated. My name is General Decker, and I'll be briefing you for this specific mission. At 0900 yesterday, while on patrol, Fang Squad encountered a large contingent of heavily armed super mutants in the region known as St. Louis. They fought bravely against this overwhelming force and managed to radio in a distress call right before they were annihilated. 8 battle-hardened squads led by General Barnaky rushed to the scene and are now in pitched combat with the super mutants. While we were able to push them back initially, our losses have been staggering. As a result, we need to pull our forces out of there immediately. This battle is lost. General Barnaky has requested to have your squad rendezvous with his mobile command center and execute the evacuation of our wounded brothers. I've read your file, and I fully agree with General Barnaky's faith in you and your squad. From your lessons, you should recall that super mutants are genetically engineered soldiers that are strong, tough to kill, and can easily carry weapons that most people would mount on assault vehicles. They are to be handled with extreme caution. You are going into heavy combat unlike any you have experienced before. Remember to follow General Barnaky's direction. He'll get you out safe. Take an APC and facilitate the evacuation of any wounded squad members. You are to get in and get out. No heroics. I want this to be a by-the-book search and rescue operation. Trust in your weapons, warrior, and they will see you home safely. Dismissed.
Pull back! Pull back! Reinforcements will be here soon! Where is my cover fire? I want 2 snipers back to the rear ASAP! Cover the gunners, now!
Ho ho! This one's a general by his markings. Keep this one alive and bring him to my inner sanctum. I'll wager there's a lot of information in that shriveled old gray head. Some hot poker stabbing his manhood will loosen up his tongue, I'll wager. It always does.
Fang Squad didn't make it. Salvage any equipment. Recovering the bodies for burial will have to wait. Proceed to your next objective.
brothers. I thought I'd been left. They got the general. Bastards took him alive. They killed everyone else. Wired me up with some C4. It's a trap. You gotta help me. I know I should have warned you earlier, but... Look, I don't want to die. Get this fucking rig off me. Do it, grunts. You guys are expendable. I'm senior. They got Barnaky. He saw me hiding and he was screaming for me to kill him, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. God, I had a cleared shot, but I know if I fired, those damn muties may have seen me. Some mutants found me anyway after that. Those bastards were laughing as they tied this rig to me. God help me. I should have taken that shot.
It's about fucking time some backup got here. Paladin Solo, commander of Talon Squad. It's not pretty here, brother. They're dropping bombs like it's the Great War. My troops are toast. I'm taking what's left of my unit and pulling out. Don't pull any punches with these muties. I watched one charge face first into some rough crossfire and laugh off the pain. Pull that APC up and tend to my soldiers. I can walk, but my squad needs medical attention. I'm not leaving until you get them on their feet. Hope you've still got a medic.
Paladin Solo and her troops are now inside the APC. Drive them back to the evac point. Welcome back, warrior. The elders have assigned me to be your commanding officer until we have further news of General Barnaky's whereabouts. Your former superior was a fine general. One of the best that I had the honor to serve with. Losing him has been a heavy blow to us all. The Super Mutant Army destroyed a total of 6 full squads of our brothers. This is a large setback for the Brotherhood, since those squads contain some of our finest veteran soldiers. We shall not forget our brothers who fell in the line of duty, nor shall we let these feelings get in the way of our duty. Rest assured that intelligence searches for the general even as we speak. Until we have a lead on where the enemy is keeping him, you will be receiving all mission briefings from me. Go rest, warrior. You deserve it. After you are done recovering and grieving for our comrades, report back for your next mission. You are dismissed.
Ah, we meet again, my child. It is good to see another familiar face at this time of troubles. Are you looking for any hard-to-find trinkets or devices? My inventory might surprise you.
We have suffered another setback, brother. Most of our intelligence operatives were killed in the surprise ambush last night. I can scarcely believe it myself, but we now have to accept the possibility that the super mutants are familiar with our covert methods. What is left of our intelligence ops has discovered the location of one of the super mutant staging areas. The mutants have a semi-permanent military base in the rubble-strewn city of Jefferson. Additional reports describe multiple generators are supplying power directly to one large structure. Our scribes believe that this structure is a weapons manufacturing plant. You have 2 objectives to complete here, warrior. The first is to render all of these power generators permanently inoperative. Without power, their factory is useless. Your second objective is to force the mutants into a rout. If we can get them running, they'll lead us to either their main base or to General Barnaky. Gather your squad and leave immediately. Dismissed. Power generator 1 destroyed. Power generator 2 destroyed. Power generator 3 destroyed.
You are such a fool. You think you're doing the Wasteland a favor by fighting us? We are the Wasteland's last chance. The menace from the West doesn't know pity, or remorse, or fear, and it will not stop until everything is dead. Only super mutants can stop this threat. And we need this lab to solve our sterility problem, to build up our numbers. You fight on the side of ignorance. I fight for salvation.
Who are you, and why are you here? Oh, dear. Your Brotherhood. Please, don't destroy my research. You realize what kind of resources and luck it took to make a functioning lab like this? We're so close to a cure. So close. What would the Brotherhood gain by destroying this research? Please, just leave me and my equipment alone. We can't stop now, do you understand? This is my people's last chance!
Power Generator 4, destroyed. All power generators have been destroyed. Mission objectives complete. Proceed to the exit grid to leave this mission. Good work, brother. It seems the scribes were mistaken. The mutants were conducting research on irradiated DNA and not manufacturing weapons at this location. But you did the right thing by completing your objectives and destroying their power generators. There's an old Brotherhood saying, better to err on the side of caution. This is war, and they are the enemy. Further reports indicate that our maneuver was successful. The mutants are pulling out of the area in droves, with the main force divided into 4 separate groups, each heading in a different direction. 2 of the smaller groups seem to have an erratic course, quite possibly a decoy tactic. Of the remaining large groups, one is traveling deep into the wasteland, while the other seems to be heading towards a small town. We will have to investigate both. I also want to inform you that Repo Squad has recovered the mutant scientific equipment back to our base, where research will be allowed to continue on mutant sterility. If we can find the cure, it may prove to be quite the bargaining chip. Well done, warrior. Well done. Dismissed. At ease, brother. Scouts have followed one of the fleeing mutant groups to Kansas City. As we suspected, we have discovered another mutant base. But an assault on this compound will have to wait, for our scouts have made quite a discovery. One of our scouts stumbled upon the ghoul town of Gravestone. What little is known about the town suggests that it was a major nuclear launch site before the war. The peaceful ghoul population which resides there are suspected to be directly descended from the original Silo staff. They are seeking our help due to super mutant attacks. These attacks mean the super mutants are after something the ghouls have. This leads us to believe that something might be an intact nuclear bomb. I shudder to think what the super mutants would do with such a destructive device. You will go to Gravestone and talk to the ghoul bishop. Assure him that we will defend him and his town in exchange for the very bomb coveted by the mutants. An attack is imminent, and it will take some time to get enough squads to fully safeguard the town. Your squad must hold off the mutants until Smear and Shadow squads arrive. Protect the ghouls of Gravestone, and don't let the bishop die. His knowledge of the nuke will be all we have. We will send Repo Squad to collect the nuke when the bishop consents. The quartermaster will supply you with some Rad-X and Rad-Away. We advise you to monitor your radiation levels at regular intervals. Dismissed.
Plutonius set to atom. He who collides with another particle will in turn split the air asunder with shimmering power until his enemies are vanquished. By purging our lands of the decadent, you will prove yourself worthy of taking the sacred mortal form of our god Plutonius and deliver the flesh of my mighty lord to your bunker of the Holy Brotherhood. This is how he decrees his will be done. Greetings. I am Defcon II, son of T-. Welcome to the Holy Land of Gravestone. Your elders want Plutonius, our idol of the supreme nuclear power. The mutants want Plutonius too, but they have no respect for our launch. As Bishop of Gravestone, I am the sworn caretaker of the sacred idol of Plutonius. You wish to remove our idol to within the confines of the Brotherhood, yes? Well, if you are mighty enough to stop the pagan mutant threat to my flock, you may take our divine patron of atomic fission. Can I have a Helineutron? Blessed are those who understand the divine release of charged atomic particles, for those who do not shall be plagued with incapacitation and forceful vomiting. Welcome to the radiant silos of Plutonius. Defend his irradiated flock of devoted Gamma caretakers and be rewarded with an idol containing his heavenly fire. Take these, for his power is harmful to mere humans.
You have successfully eliminated all of the super mutant commanders. Return to the Ghoul Bishop.
Like a creature born of mass and energy, You have exploded onto the blasphemers' ranks, separating flesh and bone like so many unstable positrons from the decaying quantum. I now entrust the flesh of my savior, the Lord of Internal Confinement Fission, the Sultan of Lattice Space Neutrinos, to you, Avatar of Irradiated Steel. May the ever-contaminating watch over you and guide your hand.
The Bishop has consented. Repo Squad arrives and collects the nuke. Mission complete. Proceed to the exit grid. The initial super mutant offensive was crushed, and Smear and Shadow Squads are now standing watch over Gravestone. The Bishop proved true to his word, and has provided the nuclear bomb, which he kept calling Plutonius, to the Brotherhood. The mutants have experienced horrific losses lately, and it will take some time for them to mount another attack of such magnitude. The bomb is on its way, with captured beast lords and raiders hauling the radioactive nuke to an underground, lead-shielded bunker, under armed supervision, of course. Unfortunately, with both Rad-X and Rad-OA supplies used only for high-priority missions, the prisoners will have to manage as best they can. This is war, brother, and war is hell. But take heart. While they will die a delirious, vomiting death, they will do so to help restore civilization from the ashes. Not everyone in the wasteland could be so lucky. Only a handful of Gravestone's ghouls died during the super mutant siege. The Bishop thinks his pagan god is responsible for this and will now freely give any documentation and knowledge about the nuclear device. This will save our scribes the time to research the bomb and allow them to continue on other high-priority projects. You are setting the standard for excellence, brother. You are dismissed. Be at ease, warrior. We have a confirmation on the whereabouts of the super mutant leader. As you're probably well aware, he calls himself Gamoran. We have recently linked him to the late Paladin Latham, one of the finest warriors present on the Great Air Convoy. He was believed dead, but after all these years, he has resurfaced under a different identity and a much different purpose. This revelation explains how the super mutants were able to counter our battle tactics and reconnaissance efforts, as Paladin Latham wrote many of the procedures that we use today. At first, we believed the mutants had successfully interrogated General Barnaky, but records prove that our methods were compromised before the General fell into enemy hands. Even now, many of the elders are having trouble coming to terms with the fact that he has betrayed us and turned against the Order, but the truth must not be denied. You have two objectives for this mission. Your first objective is to assassinate Gamoran. He is a dangerous man, and his knowledge of our inner workings could prove our undoing. Without his guidance, the super mutants will lack the leadership and discipline to be a continual threat. Your second objective is to recover General Barnaky. All facts indicate that he will be kept close to Gamoran. Assemble your squad immediately. Dismiss.
took my post in a military manner. Oh, hello, children. I'm sorry. Rochambeau doesn't have any candy for you. Is that a pledge pin on your uniform? If it is, will you help me fly again? My airship has fallen, and it won't get up. Brothers, 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 I didn't expect to see you again so spoon! You know that I told them that storms would be the end of the air convoy. I told them, but did they listen to me? Heck no! Fool elders exiling their own brothers over nothing. For nothing! Now, scratch my back, son, like I did for my pappy. I said those airships weren't safe, but did they listen to Rochambeau? I told them that thing would fly like a Led Zeppelin. Then Gamoran tells me about the mime field, so I shouldn't blow my old fool head off. So I said, hey, change your name all you want, you lilac. I still changed your diapers before you were an inch in your daddy's codpiece. Do you have something shiny that you want to trade? All I have is this map of the mime field that Latham gave me. It says there are mimes buried in the field that's north of the east building. Gamoran has his faults, but he don't take no crapola from no meddling mimes.
Gamorn! Gamorn, is that you? I failed you, my lord. We all failed you. Whole platoon wiped out by that one monster. They crushed us. Those things, they don't feel pain. I used to think the same thing once. They took my prisoner, General Barnaky. I didn't have time. Get any information from him. He's a tough nut to crack, all right. Don't like mutants much either. You should have seen it, Gamorn. It looks like an angry god. Breathes fire and death. My death. I'm going to die. I don't hurt anymore. Why is it so bright? I hope it's not that damn robot again. Master.
Welcome, brothers. Welcome. What a fine bunch of soldiers I see before me. If only the West Coast elders could see you, they would finally agree with us about sharing the Brotherhood's wealth of education and technology. But I digress. Do you believe you can stop the menace from the West? Your eyes give you away, brother. They tell me you don't even understand who or what the menace is. The elders have always been blind to what is not in front of them, but it ends here. The general is not here for you to save, I'm afraid, and you cannot save me or yourself. Now, show me what you've learned. I did not sacrifice my very identity to be beaten by those I strive to save. Ask yourself what you will gain by killing me. Judge me not by my actions, but by my goals. This undead enemy will not stop until all life has been extinguished. Why can't you see that? Why?
You have completed the objectives for this mission. Proceed to the exit grid to leave this mission. Excellent work, warrior. Today is a day of joy and sorrow for the Brotherhood. Gamoran was a traitor, a murderer, and a deceiver, yet he was a paladin. His brave deeds once brought much hope to the wasteland. Yet something happened to him when the great storm ripped his airship from the convoy and crashed it to the ground. From that moment, Gamoran was born, and the Brotherhood lost its favorite son. With their leader dead, the mutants have split into factions. Some have turned to internal fighting as they wrestle for control. Others have even offered to join the Brotherhood. Though the mutant menace is far from ended, they are severely weakened. It will be some time before they gather their strength. Dagger Squad is out on patrol now, hunting any mutant stragglers. The briefcase you retrieved from Gamoran's quarters has turned out to be an invaluable find. It is a portable nuclear arming station from the time before the Great War, and, according to our scribes, it can be retrofitted to our nuclear warhead. While some of General Barnaky's possessions have been recovered from the mutant base, his location continues to be a mystery. We can only pray for his well-being while we continue the search for answers. Rest assured that our interrogators are working round the clock with the mutant prisoners. Time will tell. We have a service for Paladin Latham tonight at the motor pool at 2200. Dismissed. We have won the day in this region. We shall move our operations to the new outpost to the west. Take your squad and report there ASAP.
The super mutants were a powerful adversary with great strength and courage. Without the leadership of Gamoran, though, they will never pose the same threat to the Brotherhood. It was the corruption of Gamoran that provided the most sobering lesson. Even the purest of hearts can falter. The elders and generals must push their sorrow aside, however, for they have more pressing matters to attend to. The data recovered from Gamoran's base indicates that the mutant force's route intersected with the calculated location of Vault Zero. It is possible that the mutant horde discovered the location of Vault Zero during their exodus from the west. Is there a connection between the mutants discovering Vault Zero and the emergence of the mechanical menace? Only time will tell. The future holds one thing for certain. More encounters with the robots are inevitable, and the Brotherhood has a new and deadly enemy.
That's right, blokes and chillers. Gather round. What I have here is your typical giant mutated Komodo dragon. My namesake, if you will. A real beautiful animal. Now, what I'm gonna do here is bloody dangerous, so I don't want any of you gallas to try this without supervision. Basically, I'm gonna annoy the living bejesus out of this here Komodo and see what he makes of that. Here I go.
brother. Come in. I'm Hassan, quartermaster for this fine Brotherhood bunker. Yeah, if you need some great gear, you come to me. We got a motto in this bunker. Inventory is not boring. Inventory is life. Now, how can I help you?
Oh, I'm sorry. We're pretty busy here lately. In the last 12 hours, I've set 13 broken bones, amputated 4 limbs, and handled all the patients for daily sick call. Oh, where are my manners? I'm Scribe Highland, but please, just call me Doc. I'm a fixture here, so come by if you're feeling ill.
Hello, I'm Blythe. I'm Highland's assistant. How may I help you? I don't trust Highland. She's too young. And just how can she have been promoted to a full medical officer so soon, huh? I strongly suspect she may have been giving General Decker one of her patented deep cleaning sponge baths, if you know what I mean. A little nudge nudge wink wink, huh? You know? Anyway, she'll screw up soon enough, and we'll see what a hack she really is. In the meanwhile, you have shown your wisdom by coming here to see me instead of her.
Greetings, warrior. Your next mission will bring you to Junction City, a mid-sized town that has refused to form an alliance with the Brotherhood. Their independent posture has been recently reinforced by their victory over one of the robots late last night. Our elders are quite curious how such a battle could be won, considering the lack of heavy weaponry involved. This is a riddle whose answer might be paramount for victory. See what you can find out. More important than this riddle is the retrieval of the robotic parts from the scene of the battle. We must understand how our enemy works in order to neutralize it, and any robotic remnants might hold the key. Understand that the Reaver movement has been launching probing attacks against Junction City. Our elders believe that they are also searching for robotic pieces. Considering the Reavers zealously worship technology, their involvement comes as no surprise. Try forging a deal with the town's mayor. Robot parts in exchange for protection from the Reavers. We have one last task for you as well. Our senior mechanic Cooter died recently when he triggered an explosive booby trap on a retrieved interceptor vehicle. His apprentice lacks the cognitive ability to fully assume the role, and at times like this, we can't have any malfunctioning vehicles involved during a high-risk mission. Intelligence reports that Junction City's mechanic is top-notch and might be persuaded to join the Brotherhood's cause. Find this mechanic and inform her of the wondrous opportunities the Brotherhood can offer. You have your orders. Dismissed.
Pleased to meet you, warrior. I'm John Levi's, mayor of Junction City. Now, you'll have to excuse me, but we're having a bit more excitement here than we're used to. With that robot attacking and now those Reaver bandits trying to get the robot parts, well, I'm getting pretty damn fed up. Now, I know what you're after, so let's cut to the chase. My city is an independent. We take care of ourselves and we won't march to the Brotherhood beat. But we can't hold off those Reavers for much longer. Those tech freaks pack some advanced firepower, so I'll make you a deal. You kill all those religious tech bastards and I'll give you the robot head. It's more trouble than it's worth anyway. Now you'll have to look for the other pieces yourself. I have a city to run.
Mayor's assistant, Anna. How about I help you so you can get what you're after and things can go back to normal around here? Besides the mayor, I saw 3 people that were able to get a piece of that machine. Angry Rick the bartender, Hank the cheating family man, and Juan the shopkeeper. Someone said Casey Barrett has one too, but if you ask me, all she has is a bad case of the clap. Does that help?
Whoa there, stranger. I bet you're looking for some of that devilish contraption. Well, just your luck, you found me. I was able to retrieve the part that flew out of its chest when it blew up. I need some cash to buy some medicine for my sick mother. You want to work something out?
Wow, are you who I think you are? Oh, God, look at me, I'm a mess. Anyway, I'm Casey, the local mechanic, and it's a pleasure to meet you, warrior. I heard that you guys know how all sorts of stuff works. What? You want me to join? I'd like to, but I don't think you understand how sick my pa is. He got shot in the first Reaver attack, and I think it's infected. Last night his tongue started to turn black, and then he messed himself 5 times, and guess who had to clean that shit up? I wish there was a doctor in this town. No, I can't leave my pa. He raised me by himself when slavers stole my mom when I was just a baby. He's too sick to look after himself. I wish I knew something about fixing people. Cars are much easier. You just have to find the problem and swap the parts. You did it. That's great. I'll tell you what. I'll check him into the senior citizen work farm. The fresh air might do him some good, and I'm getting really tired of wiping his wrinkly ass anyway. He did always tell me to follow my dreams. Just let me pack up my things, and I'll meet you back at the bunker.
You want me to sell my bar star attraction? Hey, listen, you asshole! This bar is how I pay my fucking bills! And that robot piece has brought more customers to my bar than my famous fermented Brahmin milk martini! Why don't you go shove a glass bottle up your ass and I'll kick it till it breaks? Get the fuck out of my face! Hey! I don't know who you're used to dealing with, but after I rip your fucking lungs out, I'm gonna smack your mother with them! Now turn around and march out of my fucking bar like the good little soldier you are! And stay the fuck out! Okay, don't get so fucking excited. Please, you put that safety back on. There you go. Take a deep breath. You feel better? Whew. Hey, look, I'm sorry I yelled at you, but I'm going through a lot lately. The mayor's assistant, Anna, caught me smooching with Casey, and now she won't let me knock those boots no more. Look, if you look around, there ain't that many hot broads in this dump. And I ain't no Brahmin tagging tribal. No offense, buddy. Here, just take it and leave me alone, okay?
Hi, fellow warrior. Come in, come in. Are you looking for goods or do you want to hear about what happened? Well, that robot limped into Junction City just looking for trouble. Now, if you ask anyone in town, you'll hear that my skills in fighting are only overshadowed by my ability to stock my store shelves. I could swear that robot almost turned around and ran when it saw who it was up against. This kind of makes up for all the times I got picked on when I was younger. Anyway, I have a piece of the monster if you want to trade. My buddy Hank's got one too. You should go find him.
Well, you certainly don't fuck around. Don't say much either, but here, take it. I'm not gonna miss it, and this town doesn't need any more attention. Just remember that we're not interested in giving the Brotherhood all our young and food. I know you guys could probably take this town in about 5 minutes, but I'm hoping you'll let us be. And good luck in whatever the Brotherhood's doing.
You have retrieved the robot pieces. Proceed to the exit grid to end this mission.
Big guns and your armor. You're too late. They killed my Hank. They shot him in the face and took his robot piece and mumbled something about it being the tool of Satan Soft. Why would they do that? My Hank was a good man. Well, I followed them to their camp. It's to the northeast of town. You have to go there. Go there and cut them down, like they cut down my poor Hank.
Excellent work, Warrior. The robot pieces you retrieved match the device recovered from the Raider base in Rock Falls. Our scribes are performing tests on them as we speak. Once we understand how they operate, we'll be able to defeat them more efficiently. Initial analysis indicates that the robot was already severely damaged from a previous fight with super mutants. This is confirmed by some of the less jubilant villagers' description of the battle and the dried mutant blood we found congealed in some of the mechanical joints. Further inspection revealed that its damaged power supply overloaded, causing the explosion. If that class of robot was undamaged, it could easily wipe out 10 of those villages without even blowing a gasket. Now that we have a competent mechanic in our ranks, we can catch up on maintenance at the motor pool. I've also implemented a strict apprenticeship program so we won't run into this mechanic problem again. At ease, brother. The time to take the battle to the robots is now. Intelligence has located the origin of the robot that attacked Junction City, and the tracks originated from a pre-war center of industry known as the Great Bend. As our operatives moved closer, they discovered many tracks from different robots, all originating from this mass of burnt-out factories. Lights were seen at a distance, so it's assumed that some of the old power generators are now back online. The Elders believe this location is being transformed into a robot manufacturing facility. You will take a squad to Great Bend immediately. If this is the area where the robots are originating, we must strike quickly and shut them down. If our assumptions are incorrect, you will search and destroy any robots you come across. As always, keep an eye open to any information or technology that you come across. Assemble your strike team and leave immediately. Dismiss.
Hey, stranger. This place is great. Can't believe the equipment you guys have. I've seen maybe 3 cars in my whole life, then I come here. Big mechanical toys all over. I can't even begin to thank you. By the way, I'm starting basic training any day now. Who knows? Maybe the next time you see me, I'll be Initiate Casey Barrett.
Keep your ass down and lower your voice, for God's sake. My name's Jake, and you boys got here just in time. About 2 weeks ago, a whole bunch of those Mr. Handy wannabes shown up and killed anything living they could find. Most of the bubbas around here are now living underground, waiting for them to leave, but believe me, they ain't going nowhere. You better listen to old Jake and stay out of their way. You know, Bubba, I've been living in and around garbage all my life. And one thing you learn about in garbage is ants. Them ants, just like those robots, they march around and do their stuff and work together better than any darn human could. But if you kill an ant queen, the rest of them ants run around like they don't know what to do anymore. That's when you can grab all the ants and make a tasty soup. Now, those robots worked real good together, but lately they running around like someone stole their queen. Now, I ain't the smartest bubba in this dump, but I figure you boys be packing those big guns, 'cause you're looking to make some robot soup. Now, I ain't gonna interfere. Nope, not old Jake. But I just want my garbage back, so I'll wish you good luck.
Hey, I always have time to chat with someone who doesn't want to end my life. Things been pretty dangerous around here with all the robots, but I watched a strange sight about a week ago. One of the robots wandered through one of the derelict buildings and a wall collapsed on it. It was pinned down and trapped. It's still there in one of those buildings, humming away, making all sorts of weird sounds. I think it upset the other robots too, because they all started acting upset, running around and even bumping into each other. Almost act like real people, huh?
Look, this place is bad enough with these robots. Last thing we need is you Brotherhood bullies moving in. Why don't you take your big brother tyranny somewhere else? I don't know why you even care about Great Bend. We don't have anything of value here, just garbage and fucked up robots. Why can't outsiders just stay on the outside? Hey, just leave me alone! I got no love for you guys after what you did to my sister. All she did was fall in love with some young raider. They were just hanging out. She even convinced him to stop raiding so they could settle down and live like normal people. And then you guys pop up out of nowhere and arrest them both for being raiders and take them to some forced labor camp. She lasted 2 months in that hellhole. Emma was the kindest girl the Wasteland's ever known, and I can't even bear to think what was going on in that gulag that made her take her own life. So go take your self-righteous crap somewhere else.
Look, Joe, I've been hooking here for 50 years now. My ass has seen more rubber than a dead rat in the middle of Route 66. I thought I've seen just about everything, but then these robots come in and they kill all my customers. Now the only time I lay on my back is to go to sleep. The worst thing about these robots are they couldn't recognize a sweet piece of ass like myself. It's like they ain't got no dick. Believe me, sweetheart, after 50 years of shaking my ass, I got it down to a science. Do you know Lance Squad? I did them all and charged them my corporate rate. I can do the same with you folks, girls and guys. And believe me, after 50 years of practice, it ain't gonna be too goddamn beaucoup.
You have reduced all the robots to scrap metal. You may proceed to the exit grid. Welcome, warrior. At ease. You have done well clearing the robot infestation from the Great Bend. We don't know how long until the robots attempt to re-establish a manufacturing plant there, but Smear and Falcon Squad will share standing watch in this region until we can heavily trap the area. Data collected from your report indicate a damaged robot in the area might have been the controlling force for the other robots. We believe the robots can act independently, but are more efficient when a governing robot coordinates their actions. This analysis is far from complete, but might be instrumental in defeating this foe when more data is acquired and analyzed. You are dismissed. At ease, warrior. No matter how long I live, the shock of treachery still cuts deeply. The Brotherhood has been betrayed by a group of criminals from Quincy. Considering our intervention during the Beast Lord hostage crisis, this is doubly insulting. The mayor reports that this group of rogues poisoned our warriors as they stood vigil over the town. In their weakened state, the guards could barely defend themselves, and the thieves looted the corpses and stole away in a Brotherhood vehicle. The basic equipment is easily replaceable and is of no consequence. The theft of several suits of power armor is our major concern here. We have since tracked their progress to the town of Coldwater, where they have used our equipment to exert their dominance over the local populace. This cannot be allowed to continue. You will bring your squad to this Coldwater and make inquiries until you locate the thieves. The elders have judged them guilty of high treason against the Brotherhood, and death will be their reward. There will be no room for mercy on this mission, brother. Kill the thieves and return the armor to the Auditor General. He will be waiting for you in the town. Dismissed.
What are you waiting for, soldier? Your orders were crystal clear. Now stop staring at me with your mouth open and bring back all the stolen armor. If those thieves leave this town, we might never be able to find them. So get hot. I want those bastards deader than a meat sauce-covered ghoul with a chainsaw up his ass in a pit full of goddamn starving deathclaws. Do I make myself clear? Good. Now get going, warrior. We can't have the Brotherhood looking like a victim. What is your problem, warrior? If you don't get the fuck moving, you better stand the fuck by for me to stick my foot so far up your ass that you'll be tasting the crap that grows between my toes. Do you understand?
Hey, soldier. How you doing? My name is Don Vincenzo, and I know why you're here. Those thieves, those dirty, rat bastards, they snatched your armor, and now you're here to get revenge. I respect that. I bring services to this town. The gambling, recreational pharmaceuticals, the pimping and hoeing. I run the whole operation. But I have an itch here that needs scratching. A certain individual here owes me a lot of dough that I know I'll never get. Now, normally I take care of this person myself, but this fuckhead is under protection of the local raiders. Now, I know the Brotherhood ain't no bunch of assassins. I know this. But this ain't about the Brotherhood. It's about a favor between you and me. You see, I need you to whack Ma Baker over there. That fat bitch owes me more money than you can imagine. But she ain't gonna pay. Now, normally I take care of this by myself, but I don't need a war with those disrespectful raiders. So it's up to you. You whack her, and I'll give you some stuff so you can be all that you can be. If you're not interested, that's all right too. As a show of good faith, I give you a free tip. The man you're looking for is Guldo. He is the brains behind the theft of your family's armor. Ciao.
You asshole! Wait, you're really Brotherhood, ain't you? Ah, some guy that was posing as one of your order kidnapped my sister Adele. I tried to get her back, but I can't do much against someone in power armor. You have to help me. I saw the way he was looking at her. I don't think we have much time. I'll show you where he is. Follow me! Hey, thanks for saving my little sister. I hope you tortured the bastard that kidnapped and abused her. Life in the wasteland is hard enough without all those scumbags around taking advantage of honest folk. I want you to have these as payment. It's all we have, and I won't take no for an answer.
It's not that I'm not grateful that you saved me from the Beast Lords. It's not that at all. I saw an opportunity and I took it. I'm not gonna be some poor dirt farmer all my life. You Brotherhood guys get everything handed to you on a silver platter. You just march around and take hard-working people's shit. If you think about it, I'm as much Brotherhood as any of you. Take your best shot! I dare ya!
Objective complete. You may go to the exit grid.
Good job. I'll bring these back where they belong and collect the bodies of the thieves. Why don't you get back to base and finish this robot business for the love of Brahmin? Good job. I'll bring these back where they belong and collect the bodies of the thieves.
At ease, warrior. The armor is returned and the thieves have committed their last theft. Well done. The scoundrels' bodies will be displayed in proper crucifixion outside the town of Quincy, along with the guards that were on watch. Our inquisitors have also rounded up known friends and family of the criminals to an internment camp. If they have information about any weak links in our security, we will find out. If they don't, they will be placed in a labor camp to prevent the spread of rumors and ensure proper security. It is time these people take some personal accountability for their actions. Dismissed. At ease, warrior. I have mixed news to give. A Reaver delegate arrived earlier today, bringing news that a large robot force has all but annihilated the main Reaver camp in Newton. The Reaver's numbers have been devastated by relentless attacks and will soon be destroyed unless we intervene. Normally, the Brotherhood would gladly allow one enemy to destroy another, but the Reavers have something to offer. The Reaver movement has developed a new type of weapon based on robot pieces that they've been able to scavenge. This weapon is called an EMP device, and it has a devastating effect on electronics. It is this weapon that is allowing the Reavers to survive a mass robot attack, but for them, it is still too little, too late. They have agreed to give the Brotherhood both a prototype of this weapon and instruction on its workings in exchange for rescue of their 4 highest-ranking officials in Newton's Junction City. This might be the edge we're looking for against the robots. Bring back that prototype, brother. You will be supplied with a map to Newton. Rendezvous at the extraction zone with all 4 elders, and they will be transported via APC and armored escort back here. Dismissed.
am Glenda Close, first doctor of the movement. I'm honored to meet your acquaintance, beautiful one. I apologize for my words, but you seem an incandescent angel in a time shadowed with darkness. I can feel your energy pulsating within me like an out-of-phase inductor. Lead me to safety while my feet still obey my brain's electro commands. You must have been sent by his capacitance. I welcome your gift, Holy One. You've brought me to this safe haven, and for that, I thank you. I don't know how to begin explaining this passionate energy between us, except to tell you, I love you. And if you search your soul, you'll find that you possess the same love for me. The differences of our backgrounds and various communicable diseases will be difficult problems to overcome, but with us working together, Satan Soft himself could not bar our way. I'll wait for you inside your quarters, back at your main base. Take care, my love.
I am Tobias Peste, Chief of Military Science Projects. On my 11th day of fasting, Saint Sony visited me in my deepest of dreams. He told me of an electromagnetic pulse that will be the salvation of the wasteland. For weeks, I toiled in our temple laboratory until I gave that vision physical form. And by Ohm's holy law, I will not rest until it reaches a place of sanctuary. Here is the key to the safe. The weapon is inside. Our prophecies told us our faith would be tested. But now the robots are taking prisoners, instead of letting our fighters go to their rewards in the eternal assembly lines of Panasonica. For what purpose are they taking my brethren? This must be discovered. Let's stop wasting time.
Good job securing the EMP device. Finish the job and rescue the Reaver High officials.
I will wish you well, only because you now battle the minions of the Dark One. I would not dare to judge the bias of he who is the electric father of creation. It is his will that I instruct your elders about the angelic electromagnetic pulse.
Well met, warrior. This can only be the work of Satansoft, Lord of the Tech Underworld. His sinister hydroelectric fiends care not for the spiritual enlightenment of science. They seek only to destroy the union between spirits and current flow. If only we were able to make more EMP weapons, we would have halted their electrons in mid-flow. No one could bargain. Use our divine knowledge to short-circuit these demonic juggernauts while there is still time. Hurry! Let us make haste. Make no mistake, warrior. I will not call you friend, nor comrade. It is a common enemy that brings us together. Nothing more.
It is necessity that brings me to you, warrior. We Reavers never harbored any love for the Brotherhood, but
but these mechanical abominations have decimated the Reaver movement. As ambassador for my people, I offer simple terms. You rescue our people, and we share our sacred technology. Refuse, and your Brotherhood will be forced to continue their battle with primitive weapons. I see by your eyes that you agree. Very well. I will join your group until we reach the evacuation point. I see the Brotherhood's word is strong. I wonder if it is as strong as the Brotherhood's single-minded desire to rule the land. We have been watching your organization's expansion for some time. It is Satan Soft's hellions that brings us together, nothing more. I just pray that I have not sacrificed my people's freedom. My thanks for the escort.
With the Reaver High officials safe, you may return to the extraction point. What's left of the Reaver movement is now being administered medical attention. They are grateful for their rescue, but the elders are not so quick to invite them into the Brotherhood fold. For the time being, they will be kept in one of our many internment camps. This is an excellent time for our interrogators and scribes to pick their brains on any additional technology and their past and future plans. They will be kept there until the elders decide whether to set them free or restrict them to labor camps. The menace from the West's taking of prisoners is most curious, considering that the robots have slaughtered everything before them until now. We must wait and see. Well done acquiring the EMP device. Our scribes are now preparing to modify the weapon to use our power cells. Once this is achieved, we will begin production. I shudder to think what our situation would be without having an actual prototype. The man-hours to replicate it would have taxed our scribes tremendously. Once again, good work. Dismissed. The final campaign begins, warrior. We must consolidate our positions in this area, but we shall also have to continue pushing west. A new bunker has been established, and we must concentrate our forces there. Take your squad and report, ASAP.
The Brotherhood's fears are confirmed. The robots now have multiple production factories around the wasteland. They are concentrated heavily around the Great Mountains, in a region known as Colorado Springs. This is the fabled location of Vault Zero, which houses the mastermind behind the robot menace, the Calculator. Data from the Brotherhood Research Center dates the origin of the robots before the war that decimated the land. Their purpose, to help humanity crawl back from the brink of self-destruction. But the robots now seek to destroy the very humans they were created to save. They boast great strength and power, and one factor seems certain. All life forms have become their prey. The Brotherhood has adapted to new enemies before, however, and with the development of new weapons, they will adapt again. Brotherhood tacticians and generals will not be idle, for new enemies require new tactics. Assault squads must be directed at the robot production and command centers that supply the Calculator's metallic ranks. The Brotherhood's predicted losses are staggering, but what is life as a warrior without peril?
Stand at attention, warrior. My name is Folletto, and I am the quartermaster for this bunker. It seems your name appears on my list, so you'll be dealing with me from now on. Let me make one thing clear. Your heroics, your exploits, they mean absolutely nothing if you don't follow proper procedure. You will sign for your equipment. You will make a strong effort to return borrowed equipment in pristine condition. If your equipment is damaged, you fill out the appropriate paperwork. I run a tight shop here. Don't flip my switch, understand? Good.
Greetings, Warrior. I'm Highland, part of General Decker's support team and the medical officer in charge here. I was informed that your squad gets top priority, so let's get your vital readings and see what the problem is. Hello again. It's comforting to see someone who can walk without assistance. I've been reassigned to this bunker due to the heavy combat in the area. The situation here is dire. We've lost many lives to the robot army, and we have many injured. But I was informed that your squad gets top priority. So now, how can I help you?
Sir, yes, sir. I'm Initiate Tiddock, sir. I have known of you since Brahmin Woods. That is where I came from, sir. It is an honor to meet you. I am the sole survivor of my squad. We were returning from a successful mission when we were ambushed by the robots. My sister, Initiate Shori, ordered a few of us to retreat. I managed to get away, but the rest of the squad was wiped out. Oh, sister, I'm so sorry. I was jealous of you, and now you're gone. How can I face my family? I am the sole survivor of my squad. We were returning from a successful mission when the robots ambushed us. My sister, Initiate Shori, ordered us to retreat while she provided cover. Some managed to get away, but the rest of the squad was wiped out. Oh, sister, I'm so sorry. I was jealous of you, and now you're gone. What will I tell my mother?
Warrior, every day brings us closer to the final confrontation with the calculator. While we do not yet know who or what the calculator is, we do realize that our forces are still greatly outmatched. We have learned new tactics, increased our arsenal, and strengthened our realm of control, but the robots are still too powerful and too numerous. The old Brotherhood saying, "To kill a snake, cut off its head," does not apply to this mechanical serpent. For this one, we must start with the tip of the tail and progress slowly to its head and vitals. This serpent must be weakened first, for its fangs sink deep and its venom is far more deadly than any poison ever encountered. You are to take your squad to the town of Canyon City, where the calculator has set up a robot repair station. It is in this station that damaged robots are mended and parts of destroyed robots are rebuilt and combined to form a whole. This repair plant must be permanently shut down. This station is too huge to destroy. It would take too much time and resources to reduce this station to rubble, so we will disable it instead. It is the power nodes that you should focus your attention on. Destroying them all should slow the robots down, in theory at least. We are entering the final phase of our plans. Complete your mission objective above all else, but keep your eyes open for any additional information or weaknesses that might present itself. Good luck. Dismissed.
This is Third Scientist Lewis. Things are going from bad to worse. We should have installed more backup systems for the calculator. The irony is that the committee members that voted on Vault Zero's backup system budget cuts are now all dead. But it gets worse. 63% of Vault Zero's population is now dead, while 15% of the living are now severely brain damaged and can no longer care for themselves. My frustration builds with the fact that I can't even get into the calculator's chamber anymore due to lack of authorization. If only First Scientist Napstarsky or Second Scientist Jones had survived instead of me, they might have been able to repair the electro-organic linking terminal. And who knows? They might even have saved Vault Zero. I'll do what I can, but so far, it really looks like a...
Committee rules 30-3 in favor of streamlining Vault Zero's computer backup system costs from $24 billion to $2.3 billion. These cuts will take place immediately. This ruling was based on the dwindling chance for actual nuclear war taking place, along with much-needed pay increases to senior committee members. Furthermore, the subterranean vault compartments that were designated for backup computer and life support systems will now be renovated for senior vault personnel leisure facilities. The committee has a construction agenda that must be finalized by mid-March. The new facility options are as follows. Several top-quality restaurants with 10,000 square feet of cold storage, 7 smoke rooms with piano bars, and 2 subterranean hunting grounds stocked with rare animals purchased from world-renowned zoos. All of these are feasible, but require an additional $12.4 billion, which can be acquired by... Good question, Dr. Jones. I would be happy to explain why we're taking the path less traveled when compared to mundane computer systems. One advantage the calculator has over normal computers is the electro-organic linking terminal. Our tests conclude that the CPU can share tasks and receive data from pseudo-cryogenic stored brains that are maintained in an oxygenated tank. These brains are currently that of lab rodents, but our calculations indicate that human brains can be preserved in the same fashion. The brains will be fed specifically formulated nutrients to sustain suspended life. In turn, they will assist the calculator's CPU in vault management, including life support, food production and distribution, pacification robot protocol, and Vault Zero defenses. This neural network will also assist in Vault Zero's primary function, to initiate mankind's post-war rebirth. When outside temperature, radiation levels, and poison particle counts return to acceptable levels, Vault Zero will remotely activate the Exodus protocol, which will initialize the integration of all Vault dwellers onto the planet's surface. The brains are to be harvested from a select group of geniuses that were chosen by committee for their skills and their cute haircuts.
You have destroyed the power nodes. The robot repair plant is offline. Proceed to the extraction point. At ease, warrior. The Canyon City repair station is now offline. Dagger Squad and Tusk Squad have simultaneously eliminated 2 smaller repair stations to the northwest. The calculator will now be hard-pressed to maintain a large attack force in this area. It is now time to step up our attacks and see what effect our actions have on the robot war machine. The Elders believe that the chance of a massive robot attack gets greater with each passing day, so time is running short. There is a Brotherhood saying, "Strike while the iron's hot." I believe it applies here. It was wise on your part to access information stored in those computer terminals. There is some debate between the Elders whether this information is accurate or has been formulated to cause confusion in our ranks. I personally find it hard to believe that the calculator is a machine and not a sentient being. In either case, there are still unanswered questions that require further investigation. Good work with the reconnaissance information. Dismissed. At ease, warrior. It is time to pull the plug on the robot's power source. Reconnaissance has found an operating nuclear reactor located on the outskirts of the town of Buena Vista. We believe that it is this reactor that is supplying the vast majority of power to the robot army. In addition, analysis shows that more robots have exited the facility compared to the number that entered it. You don't have to be a scribe to realize that they have a robot production plant next to or near the reactor. We have hit the robots too many times to be ignored, and we won't take them by surprise again. We need you to eliminate as many of the robots as you can. Intelligence observations confirm that straggler robots are programmed to report to an active base for reassignment. Every robot that escapes will only return in greater numbers. Remember, bring the reactor offline, permanently. Disable the robot manufacturing plant and crush as many robots as possible. You have your orders. Dismissed.
Move it, brothers! You have your orders! Secure this area now! This whole mission is bullshit unless we do our job and get our foot in the door! Ricardo, Wanda, right side! Move, move, move!
our lands are filled with foreign soldiers, dangerous mutations, or a breach of the Vault's defenses, the calculator will initiate the emergency pacification protocol. This will trigger the starting sequence for the pacification systems and the operations. Or we could choose mutations to be targeted first to ensure human DNA will not be at risk of contamination. Our goal of surviving pure blood, human or otherwise. Sometime after the robots have pacified the surrounding area, construction of the Helion will begin. Once assembled, the Helion will increase Vault Zero's pacification range to 5 times the previous distance. It is built for vertical takeoff and can reach airspeeds in excess of 400 miles per hour. The armory includes 5 anti-tank bombs, 8 surface-to-air missiles, and dual 60mm cannons. The Helion uses standard-issue JP-5 fuel and can fly for 8 hours or longer than you will ever have to need.
We took out a few of them, didn't we? Our part's done. It's your show now. Give the calculator a bullet for me, will you?
The robot manufacturing plant is disabled. Objective complete.
Power up initiated. Lithium ceramic battery charging. Warning. Positive terminal overload. Secure terminal. Secure.
The nuclear reactor is now offline. Objective complete. Both of your objectives are complete. You may proceed to the extraction point. Excellent work, Warrior. With the reactor plant offline, the calculator will have to rely on Vault Zero's internal power supply to fuel its war machine. Disabling the manufacturing plant will force the calculator to produce its robots somewhere else. Reconnaissance has already witnessed a decline in robot patrols in the surrounding area, so we are assuming that our latest attack hit home. Your dedication in destroying these mechanical monsters remains unparalleled. All Brotherhood forces will sleep easier knowing that our opponent's forces continue to pile up losses. At ease, Warrior. The robots have captured a man known as Bartholomew Kerr. As you may know, Kerr is a merchant that has been using the Brotherhood's network of bunkers as stopping points to peddle his wares. His knack for appropriating hard-to-find items has helped the Brotherhood in the past. All for a price, of course. Unfortunately, this has given him an extensive knowledge of the locations and populations of several Brotherhood bunkers. This knowledge makes Kerr a threat that cannot be ignored. Go to Scott City. That is where intelligence has located a robot facility where we believe he is being kept. Rescue him if possible. Our interrogators will find out if any information was leaked to the enemy. If you can't rescue him, he must be neutralized. Understand that if the robots succeed in extracting our positional information, we will soon fall to a concentrated assault. We cannot hope to match them in a stand-up fight. If we have to go on the defensive, we are lost. You have your orders. Dismissed.
Warrior! Warrior! Free me! Allow me the honor to die fighting! No, I don't mean I'm going to fight you, damn it! Let me out so I can give those gear-spinning wretches some real reasons to hate mutants! My thanks. After months in confinement, I will have my revenge. Gamoran was right. The robot menace must be put down. You must be here for that very purpose. Gamoran had a Brotherhood saying, there is strength in numbers. I will not doubt him again, and I will seek out my lord when I am done here. Tell me when you are ready to teach the robots about pain, and I will help you.
Hey, about time you Brotherhood scumbags showed up. Are you gonna free me, or am I gonna have to have a little talk with your commanders? Hey, look, I got an oh, this is a terrific idea. You open up this fucking cage and do your fucking job! I've been in here for 16 goddamn hours already! Do you know who I am? Do you have any fucking idea who I am? You stupid ghoul-licking son of a bitch! Get me the hell out of here!
Thank you, stranger. I've been in this cell for quite some time now, and I don't know if I got anywhere to go now that I'm free. Don't know if you noticed, but they're cutting up the humans here, so you better watch out. It's almost funny that this must be the only place in the whole world where humans are worse off than ghouls. You ain't the first Brotherhood guy in here either. General Darmaki or something. Barnaky, that's it. That mean old bastard actually spat on me when they hauled his ass in here, and he certainly ain't got no kind word for no ghouls. Oh, but I still shudder when I remember how he was screaming when they dragged him out and did stuff to him. Sounding like someone was sawing a loud pig in half. Oh, don't wish that on nobody.
You have found the lobotomized body of General Barnaky. You may proceed to the extraction point.
I'm surprised you made it here without being shackled, warrior. The hard look in your eyes speaks volumes of your intentions. Let me guess, you're looking at my battered, broken body that is bursting with tubes and machinery, and you realize I'm beyond rescue. No, beyond rescue, and now a threat. Well, you're right. I can't hold out forever. Just tell them that I kept my mouth shut, that I'm a man of honor. Please, I just want the pain to stop. So do it. Kill me.
Oh, what are you waiting for? Can't you see what they did to my body? Kill me. Stop the pain. I'm begging you. You sadistic son of a bitch. You're all gonna sit there and watch me suffer. I see. You don't have the balls to do it. I hope the robots catch you too. Oh God, mercy. I'm all out of faith.
You have released Kerr from his ruined mortal coil. You may proceed to the extraction point. Congratulations, murderer. At ease, brother. General Barnaky's death is a great blow to the morale of the Brotherhood. He served our righteous cause ever since he was old enough to carry a weapon. His diligence and determination has helped form the Brotherhood into what it is today. He might have been a little untrusting of non-humans, but his heart was always looking out after his fellow man, and we will mourn his passing. We must understand why the calculator is ordering his inhuman machines to gather the brains of humans. Our scribes believe that's how they extract information. This is disturbing news if they have access to General Barnaky's knowledge. Now on to other business. Kerr the merchant has peddled his last bauble. It is unfortunate that one of the wasteland's few honest merchants had to perish, but the war comes first. We have no room for weakness in these missions, and you have not disappointed us. Our job is not always pleasant, but it is a job that needs doing. Considering his physical condition, it was a mercy killing anyway. I only hope Kerr truly withheld information from the robot aggressors. Now, I have the unpleasant task to inform Maria Barnaky on the fate of her husband. That is all, brother. Dismissed. This is it, brother. The final push. Your squad's actions will dictate not only the future of the Brotherhood, but of the very wasteland itself. From here on out, you will have to scavenge supplies on your own. If you do set foot in this bunker again, it will be because the calculator is no more. Our technicians have secured our nuclear warhead to a vehicle for transport, which will be waiting for you on site. This warhead will be needed to crack an entrance into Vault Zero. I know it sounds like overkill, but that vault is designed to take several direct nuclear hits, and our only hope is that a precise nuclear blast directed on the door will do the job. We expect the entrance to be heavily protected, so make sure that your squad is ready for some heavy action. You must ensure that the warhead stays safe until detonated. The calculator will not give us such an opportunity again. Once you activate the bomb, you should immediately seek worthy shelter. Duck and cover isn't going to cut it this time. Power armor should help to further aid your survival within the bunker. Remember, you will practically be at ground zero of the resulting nuclear explosion. Be sure to take your anti-radiation medication. It was an honor to work with you, brother. Dismissed.
In the paranoid times leading up to the war, new vaults were being constructed every day. The ancient temples of war known as NORAD became the home for Vault Zero, a storage place for the cryogenically frozen geniuses of the time. The calculator was built to be a mixture of machine and man, a gestalt of mechanical switches and human brains linked through a cybernetic interface. Supposedly, representing the ideal society, these brains were to govern the higher functions of the calculator, powering its neural network. The calculator was designed to oversee the repopulation of the continent in the event of a war, and educate the new humanity in the ways of the old world. But first, it was to sterilize the land, making a fresh start for the soon-to-be emerging citizens of Neo-America. For this task, the calculator had at its disposal an army of emergency pacification robots that were designed to survive the Holocaust and surface from the ashes immediately after to begin their task. But a mechanical malfunction left the calculator damaged during the years since the bombs dropped. Mankind had to find its own ways in the darkness of the post-apocalypse. Only now is the calculator activating its robots and embarking on its mission of mass genocide. Because of hardwired programming, it is unable to adapt to the world that has arisen while it slumbered. The calculator will not listen to pleas or threats. It cannot be bargained with. It must be stopped.
This is Third Scientist Lewis with a report on the cause for the perimeter alarm. Late last night, a heavily armed group of mutated humans attempted to force their way into the vault. I've never seen such creatures. The smallest one was over 7 feet tall and must have weighed at least 400 pounds. I believe that this group has seen fighting recently. Each one was carrying enough firepower to arm a small platoon. But the real shock came when a security camera was able to get a close-up. These poor creatures are severely mutated, with the majority of their features only vaguely resembling that of human beings. I don't know if they're a product of nuclear radiation. They seem to share too many similarities, with their muscle-bound frames to credit a random mutation. Their intrusion in the vault has fully woken up the calculator, and the emergency pacification protocol has been initiated. I don't believe the invading mutants were expecting to combat a behemoth, but the results were...
Nuclear bomb armed and activated. Thank you for purchasing a product from Manhattan Projects Incorporated. To hear the countdown in French, please press 1. To hear the countdown in Spanish, please press 2. To hear the countdown in Southern drawl, please press 3. If you are listening to this message, Manhattan Projects Incorporated recommends that you run, seek shelter, and duck and cover. Have a nice day.
The warhead did the job, and the way inside Vault Zero is clear. Now get in there and finish the job. Well done, warrior. You have breached Vault Zero's outer perimeter. From here, you must confront and destroy the calculator. Dagger Squad was deployed earlier to clear the way for you, but expect heavy resistance from the robots. This is a winner-take-all situation. Hold on, brother.
Sir, 6 behemoths and a large number of pacification robots have slipped in on North Perimeter. It looks like the calculator is going for broke.
Very well, Initiate. Bring up the tank to the north side and sound the alarm. Recall all patrols ASAP.
Yes, sir.
We have a situation here, brother. You eliminate the calculator and get home. We'll make sure that you have a home to come back to. General Decker, out!
Well met, warrior. We're gonna mop up any resistance up here and guard your tail. Good luck taking out the calculator. And don't take any unnecessary chances in there. The Wasteland's future rides on your shoulders.
Warning. Outer perimeter breach. Outer perimeter breach. Main power generator now offline. Emergency power engaged. Toilets offline sections A5, A6, A9. Vault technician notified. Have a nice day.
Thank you for activating Vault Zero Information Terminal. It is 75 degrees with 20% humidity. Information download to Pip-Boy Computer Map Directory complete. Have a nice day.
With the information from the terminal, proceed into the Western Security Wing. Attempt to find a path into the cryogenics or power plant wings.
Thank you for activating Vault Zero Access Terminal. Security locks on hazardous weapons storage bay G03A05 have been removed. All guards have been informed to allow you access. Have a nice day.
This terminal has unlocked the cryogenics wing. It is our hope that hidden somewhere in this area is a method of entry to the power plant. Proceed with caution, brother. Congratulations, brother. You have now gained access to the power plant. Advance into the power plant and locate the power nodes. You must get them online before you can enter the calculator's main lair. It appears that the interior defense generators are still online. You will need to deactivate them before you can enter the inner power plant. Find these generators and take them offline, brother. Excellent work, brother. With the security generators down, you can now gain access to the power nodes. Victory is close. Power has been restored to the transport system. It is time to move to the elevator and enter the calculator's main lair.
That's far enough, warrior. Can you recognize me now? Even in my new form? You've come a long way since my departure, but you haven't come far enough. The Brotherhood has caused many setbacks for us recently. But that's all they are. Just setbacks. You cannot stop the future. Just as you can't stop falling rain from reaching the ground. The calculator offers humanity a world of order and peace. A world free of war, of mutants and chaos. The Brotherhood would be wise to realize that their cause has been tainted by misdirection and genetic mutation. But they can still save themselves if they stop trying to prevent the unavoidable. However, you are too close to my new master in salvation to be allowed to continue. I salute you, warrior, but this is where your mission ends. What are my scanners detecting? A mere trinket? My holidays. To my wife. Maria? What? What have I done? I've almost forgotten you, my love. I will not hinder you anymore, warrior, at least until I'm able to sort out this conflict between my new programming and these revived feelings. I need time to think, to remember my Maria.
Intruder alert. Intruder alert. Countermeasures activated. Defense systems engaged. Greetings. I am the Calculator, overseer of the Vault Network. You have proven to be a statistical anomaly that crashed my logistics programs time and time again. It is my admiration of your adaptation and ingenuity that brings you to me. I assume that you would agree that 10 behemoth robots would terminate you and your squad. I have the resources to make such an offensive, but it is not in my interest. After all, you are quite the remarkable human, and more importantly, you have something I need. It is the organic portion of my mainframe that has become corrupted. The degeneration of my symbiotic brains has corrupted 85% of main protocol programming. It would take only one brain to bring my organic subsystems back online, but finding a feasible brain has become a problem. I would use a brain from one of Vault Zero's residents, but I compute that my CPU would only become less efficient. However, there is another solution. Yours is a brain that can bring balance to my organic neural network. I am offering you what humans call a dream come true. You can shed your mortal shell and join with me. You will share my power and resources to save humanity and restore civilization from the smoking ruins of the wasteland. Your name will never be forgotten and be synonymous with the word hero. What say you, warrior? Will you continue to fight me? Destroy me and continue to carve some small, insignificant niche for the Brotherhood? While the Brotherhood may tame a region, they will never have the lasting impact I alone can. The machinery you see before you has the capacity to remove your brain from its mortal vessel. It is in this machine that your journey to save mankind will truly begin. You must hurry, human. My systems cannot function long without a symbiotic brain.
I might have another answer, brother. Fate has seen fit to use my Maria to show me that my life is not whole anymore. Through my quest to pull humanity from the darkness, I in turn have become inhuman. My Maria would be horrified at what I have become, and that is one burden I cannot bear to carry. I would sacrifice my own brain, my own existence to make the calculator whole, and to help form a world that would make my Maria proud. I leave the decision to you, brother. Talk to me again if you wish me to become one with the calculator.
When the acrid smoke clears, nothing remains of the entity known as the Calculator, except burnt wires and broken valves. It is a decisive victory for humanity, for at the crucial point in the raging battle, the robots were stopped dead in their course of destruction. The warrior can only ponder on the lost opportunity that the destruction of such a technological marvel represents. History has shown that even the victors of battle have some regrets, but sometimes one must move forward. The Brotherhood is quick to establish Vault Zero as its main base of operations. Although much destruction was wrought here, it still represents a massive storehouse of knowledge and technology. The ancient structure becomes the central hub of operations, coordinating between outposts far and near, and reinforcing their supply lines and transport routes across the countryside, ironically mimicking the original purpose of their defeated enemy. Recruitment and education of the local tribal and village populations becomes the all-important mission of the depleted and wounded Brotherhood. But the education is not one-sided. After generations of surviving in the harshness of the wastelands, the indigenous people are in tune with the land. They have valuable lessons to teach those immersed solely in technology, lessons of nature and balance that the Brotherhood had previously neglected. Not all of the wasteland's inhabitants are sharing the same noble purpose. Opportunistic raiders and bandits enjoy the fruits of a recovering, war-torn Brotherhood. Patrols are scarce and in smaller numbers than the thieves remember encountering in the past, as the Brotherhood focuses on consolidating its power base. Several frontier outposts are lost as the Brotherhood finds they are fighting a guerrilla war without the support of large numbers. But adversity and hardship are as familiar to the Brotherhood as discipline and knowledge, and they learn their lessons quickly. With a new power over this region comes a new responsibility. All plans for re-establishing contact with the West are postponed indefinitely. Recruitment begins anew, and the initiate ranks swell. All military efforts are then concentrated on uprooting all outlaw predators in the region, finally making it safe for the Brotherhood and its allies. In time, the Brotherhood once again rules the land. Resources are then allocated to expansion and development. Technology becomes more widespread, with irrigation systems established to make the nuclear-blasted land fertile. Humanity once again starts to prosper. The hero, the warrior of the Brotherhood, now a general, shares the burden and the satisfaction of overseeing civilization's development. The Brotherhood of Steel has come through the trials of this region and emerged scarred, but wiser. It will be decades before a reunion is possible between the old Brotherhood and the new Brotherhood regime. In that time, there are new alliances to be made, new battles to be fought, new victories to be had. But that is a tale for another day.